Cool. We're going live now. 1 second. I should just remember the line where this happens. I keep forgetting it. I have to search it up. Here we go. Start it off. Let's start it here. So hello anyone who's watching the VODs. Today, this stream is an act of the will. I say that because I got a new idea for a game like 2 nights ago, and it's been simmering in my brain for a while, and I just really want to do it, but I need to finish what I've started. I need to finish and follow through with what I've began. So even though I really want to do work in this game, we're gonna eat our vegetables and get this game done, dude. That being said, there's not cool stuff to work on. I like this game a lot. There's quite a lot to get done, actually. Oh, I forgot DS. No, DS Pink should work. Weird. Setting some stuff up real quick. Okay, cool. Okay. So, today we're going to be doing some coding, actually. We did enough design work last couple streams to actually start tackling some implementation on this game. So let's actually open up Aseprite real quick and pull up the mock-ups. We made this whole alphanumeric thing last stream. Both the displays for the numbers as well as a general one for text. So that's going to be a fun thing to implement today. In fact, if we were to just go into this right now, let's press play and actually get into the game. So not only do we have this nice little mock-up of what the UI is going to look like, but we also have the in-game UI. So the whole break fade thing, we have the health bar here, we have the little diagnostic for progress. We have an up-to-date version for this, so yeah, we're gonna have to grab that. But yeah, I think this is enough stuff for us to start working on implementing a game, dude, or at least implementing some proper UI. So I think we're gonna start just cracking at it. And before we even start getting into it, let's actually make some let's talk about what we want to do today. My mom, what are you talking about, green cheese? Alright, anyways. So we have 2 broad things to do today, which is going to be the gameplay UI as well as the garage UI. So the main components for this are going to be the health bars, or just the bars in general. Let's do this actually, just make them discrete things. HP bar. What else is there? There's the HP bar, there's the brake bar. The coin display. And we're gonna have the speed bar as well. That's the two major things that come to mind. We opened up a sprite here, so let's actually open up the actual sprite sheet. So we have, so we have the game UI file here for how the UI for the game should look like. What's going on, Draco? What's going on, Zero? It's good to see you, man. I broke YouTube so bad I had to restart my phone. I clicked on the stream. It happens, man. YouTube is super buggy on phone lately. Kind of sucks. Honestly, everything feels a little buggy today. Yeah, even the Discord bot is not working for some reason, so really weird stuff, man. Anyways, we have this nice UI to work with, so I think we're going to start with the in-games implementation of these, and then we'll start moving on to the more involved one, which is the garage. So there's a couple ways we can go about doing this. I think we can have two general ways. We can try making a texture for this, and then have another one that's going to be the a gradient value. And then we can use shader and pass a value from 0 to 1 to indicate like, hey, there's a couple ways to do this. We can have this bar be a bunch of individual little sprites for each little tick, and then modify them to be like either an off state or on state. Or we can just have this be one giant one, and then just have two textures. And I think I want to do it that way, actually. It means that this is going to be hard coded or hard set, but I think that's fine, honestly. So let me just yoink. Okay, cool. I made them all be in one element. There's also the other option of having this actually just be one texture that's just one of these ticks, and then we can programmatically like set the tile count for them. But that feels much more involved, and I think the way I have it in mind is going to be easier to make it do the thing of like having no partial segments be filled in, but instead have whole segments be filled in. So yeah, I think that's going to be what we have to do. So let's just go into level, because we're going to be working in this area, and I believe you have a thing here called game view that should actually contain everything we need for this front end logic. And let's wait for Rider to open up, and we're gonna get productive. Yo, Noise, what's going on? YouTube stuff going down again. Time for Cozy to want to make YouTube butt again. But again. Yeah, we're gonna have to. I was setting up the stuff on Sunday. I was at like a McDonald's at the church, setting up the configurations on my website, but it's gonna take a while, man, to actually get things the way I want it to be before we can start streaming on there. So we have a lot of stuff that you're taking forever to load up, dude. Also, this fireplace sound, I'm gonna move it down a little bit. It feels a little too loud for me. Around there, that sounds good. Okay, cool. Is that new? No, it's the fireplace. I just had extra loud today. I have a fireplace in the background playing. Okay, so this is the game view UI. Can we just get rid of everything else? Yeah, we're just gonna Actually, let's go back to the game view. Okay, cool. And we're probably gonna have access to material directly. So this HB, or just call it health bar material. And then we're probably gonna have to set, the way I'm envisioning we're gonna work with this is that we're gonna have like a field that's gonna indicate progress. Actually, two fields, one for like a maximum amount of health and then like the number of ticks, and then another one for the current health. So static int property to ID. Max. Okay. Honestly, I like this naming better. Health max. And then we have one for current. Cool. This is not a static uniform. It's not a global uniform, so we're going to keep it like this. So the way I imagine is we're going to have these here. We do have some health update, yeah. And we have this HB. Yeah, so we're going to do something here. I'm going to make some explicit an explicit function to handle this. Okay, cool. And this is authoritative, so it's absolute value. Health update X. Why is this being weird? Are you an integer value actually? Oh, I put it in the wrong place. That's why. Okay, cool. You should be happy now. Yeah, you are happy. Perfect. So this is going to handle the change in health. We also have to poll to like set the current max health. I think we can do like a default basic thing, but I do want to have something hard set. Either way. Set, I imagine we're going to use an int for this. And this should require this should be a normalized value now that I think about it. You know what? I'm having some thoughts here. We should specify that this is a normalized value. And we have to have a way of querying the current settings. I think we have like the vehicle information here actually somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. We can do the easy thing of just going to here. Or I think, no. Where is it? Vehicle configuration. This is private. Whoops. So what if we do this instead? Am I spelling this wrong? I feel like I am. Yeah, it's wrong, but I don't know how to spell it correctly, so we're gonna leave it for right now. Okay, we're gonna get the hull, and then we're gonna get the health of it. And in fact, I'm kind of curious. This defines its current health. And I guess that's all we need, actually. I'm gonna catch up in chat real quick, guys. 1 second. I just wanna... Let's get a little focused here. Okay, material set property. Nope. Honestly, this should be an int. I keep forgetting. There's like one that's like... There's set int. There's one that's backed by a float, and there's one that's backed by an actual integer. I think this one's the one that's actually backed by a proper real integer. Or no, is it actually a float? Or is this... No, it says this method is deprecated. Use set flow or set integer. So set integer is the correct one. No, not this one. Max health. There we go. Okay. This might not... We probably have to do something else here, but I'll worry about that once we get to the shader. And how we're going to go about it. We should probably cache this as well. Because we don't have to... I don't want to have to keep going through this whole business just to get it. I don't know. We'll leave it like this for now. So, going back to here, let's actually get this into a format that I can use for actual development. So I'm just going to yoink. My mouse is being weird today. This one in particular. I don't know why it's being weird. This one's perfectly peachy. So I'm going to yoink it. Nope. Go here. Cool. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. And then we're going to do some resizing. Think about that. Can I see a little bit more? Okay. And over here, we're going to keep both sides of that. Yeah, it looks appropriate to me. And as for the top doesn't really matter as much, but I'll just keep it like that for now. Okay. I think this is good. Next thing I'm going to do is select this. The way I'm going to do the shader is going to require me to actually do some odd stuff. So I think the first thing we're going to do is create a gradient. There's a tool for this here. If I can find it. But there's a gradient tool. Or maybe even an effects. Effects. I need to remember how we did this. There's a way to generate a gradient. Let me go through the air. Ha! Here we go. So I do this and this. Okay. Perfect. Okay, we have this snap to... I'm trying to have this be perfect. Okay, cool. This is gonna be for the shader. So if the value is like, the way it's gonna work is that we're gonna set a value from 0 to 1, and anything below that will switch to like the back version of the texture, and anything above that will use the foreground version. So if we say like the health is max, it's gonna be at 1, right? Which means that anything below 1 should be using the red version of the texture. So this is almost exactly 1. I can always smudge it a little bit, but all these values are going to be below 1, and they're all going to be red. But as your health goes down, any value, like let's say your health is halfway, so you're going to be at 0.5, these values are going to be greater than 0.5, like the whatever you want to use, the white channel or alpha channel, whatever. There's actually, it's all completely opaque, so we can't use alpha, but you get the idea. So everything over here is above 0.5, which means we're going to use the back texture, and everything below here is under 0.5, and it's going to be using the front texture. Now this is a perfect gradient though, so we're going to have the segments, the individual segments, be partitioned. That's not good. So the way we're going to fix that, or address it, is that I'm going to yoink this and then in here I'll make a new, maybe I'll just do it in the same layer, I don't know, or maybe it won't be destructive. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to sample, for example, let's see a place where there's noticeable gradients. Here, this cell has like a noticeable gradient. So I'm going to grab the furthermost value here, and I'm going to use a fill tool, and I'm going to make this entire cell that one color, and make sure we use all layers as well. And for the fill tool, we're going to use active layers only. So now, even though we have all this variation here, we're actually going to just use the bottom color. And now all these segments are going to be displayed either on or off completely. And that's going to deal with the issues that we were concerned about last time. Here there's like less variation, but still notice. Yeah, it's still noticeable. Hopefully, floating point precision is able to handle that. Make sure we do this one right too. Cool. Now this is under the presumption that I've done a good job of keeping this kind of linear. I'm gonna hope and assume that I did. And I'm gonna merge this down. And now we have to have two versions of this. One that's going to be the foreground version and one that's going to be the back version, and that's what we're going to be using to lerp these values. Let me catch up and chat real quick, guys. What's going on here, guys? They really read chat. Usually I do. Just today I just want to get into this before I lose my train of thought. C or C sharp. I'm using C sharp and HL. We're going to do some HLSL stuff with this. A-Sprite, yep, thank you, Zero. Wasn't there a port for C sharp? I mean, it's not a port, it's just C sharp for Godot. Godot has support for C sharp. And a bunch of other languages too. This is not going to be confusing at all. What do you mean, man? What's going on? Dead Orchard? Where do you get the split keyboard? It's online. You'll Google, there's a good couple, few of them. Ergodox, Kinesis. Let's go on Stardust. Alright. So let's get this done. Let me save this too. Okay. So we're gonna yoink. This is gonna be the front. And this is gonna be back. Not Bach, back. I do like me some Bach music. Oh, we got it. Fantastic. Cool. So we have the front bar. Now let's do the back bar. Here. Oh, yeah, of course, I forgot. This is stupid. Is there a setting in Aseprite for disabling wrap? Because I think that would fix the issue. I'm not going to dig through the settings right now. I just want to get this done. Okay. We have this. Make it a brush. And then I can just... Oh. Wrong thing. Here we go. Perfect. Now we have the brush. Perfect. Cool. And now I can save this stuff as the assets that we need. So we're going to save this as... We're going to go to gameplay, UI. It's going to be T, health bar, front. We're going to export at 100%. Next, we're going to do this guy, and we're going to export him as back. Cool, and then finally we have the control map, or I don't know what to call this. I'm calling it the control. Okay, fantastic. Now we can go into, how many instances of Rider do I have open? Oh my goodness. No wonder this is laggy. Okay. Anyways, we can go into the game now, and we can start setting up the assets. Both the Dracos? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, I see the Dracos. The capital D Draco and lowercase d Draco. What's going on, man? How long did it take you to learn HLSL? I mean, it's not that... It's actually kind of quick. Once you understand the idea... Like, once you understand how fragments and vertex shaders work, it actually becomes kind of straightforward what to do, what you can do with it. I think I started with, like, a basic screen level... screen shader, and then I didn't touch it again for a long time. Actually, no, I started in GameMaker using OpenGL or whatever they use, and I did an outline shader, and that was cool. And then I did a screen shader in Unity, and then a couple years later I actually started using shaders for a bunch of different stuff. Let's see what we have here. Game view. Going to deal with UI. That's what we're doing. Yep. And we're going to create a UI. We're going to use a raw image, I think. Okay, cool. Because this accepts a material. We can go to gameplay. gosh, nothing beats using Ranger for file navigation, but I can't use it today. I can't use it here. We're going to create a new material. Actually, I have to create a shader as well, so we'll create a... I don't know. We'll do that later. First is create our material. Okay, and then we'll create our shader. Yeah, I think I did a long time ago on this channel, we did a live stream where we did a crash course in writing your own lighting model in HLSL and Unity. I have to find it, but it was like a impromptu thing, but I don't know what to do. Maybe I'll do another one of those again. Shader. I can't find it. Where's the shader? Oh, I'm dumb. No. Oh my goodness. Okay, unlit shader. Yeah, unlit shader. This is probably the more simple of things we're going to do today. Okay, so we have our assets we're going to need here. Let me go into them actually. Where's our uniforms? There's our uniforms. I messed it up. I messed it up because I went back to... There we go. As for you... Okay, so this is all the stuff we need. No main texture. I think I could get rid of this, but I forgot what it does. Okay, we have this. We can leave this the way it is. Actually, why are we doing this? That's used for like the tile stuff. We're not really using it, so I don't think we have to do that, but... Like, I think I could actually just do v.uv here and it'll be fine, but I'll leave this right now. I don't want to worry about it. And then here's where all the fun stuff's going to happen. First, we're going to get our current value. We're going to sample the control. And then we're going to do the same thing for the front. Okay, and then we're going to do basically how we're going to do this actually, because the way I explained it earlier was kind of a conditional. We don't really need to do a lerp. We can just do an if. It doesn't. Who cares if it's not the most performant thing? Like the modern, it's phones, but it's not a big deal. So we said if we have a normalized value of 0.5 and our value is like below that, we're going to use front, right? That was what we said we're going to do. So I think what we can do is we're going to have a Boolean. We're going to cast a Boolean to float. So we're going to do if value is less than. And then this is where we need to introduce our variables we mentioned that we defined in that other class in game view. Yeah, these guys here. So we're going to bring him here. And honestly, this would be faster. And this is a float because it's going to be a normalized value. Cool. Did I actually change the name of this to be like, I thought I changed one of these to be 01, but I guess I didn't. Health current 01. I want to make sure that we know for a fact, that I know for a fact this is a normalized value. Oh, we're going to correct it here. Anyways. Cool. I love that we can do that. I feel sad that I can't do that in C# because there's a few applications where I do like Boolean expressions back to a flow, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, so that should just do the thing we have in mind. And that should just work. And we should just be happy. I'm assuming there's some stuff in the gameplay that we need to make. So this is an account for so this is us normalizing the value, which may not be what we want to do, but I don't know. Let's start with a normalized value and then we'll go from there. It might be better that way, actually. Who knows? Either way, we have to also set something else here. Current health is going to be set to 1. This is also not correct. Yeah, that's the thing we're supposed to see. This may not be necessary, depending on how this looks in game. I don't know, we'll see. Okay, so that's our shader. Let's set the material properties and then we'll test to see how this looks. Not with moving around shortcuts. Is that like insights or is that frequency that come here? What's going on here? What's going on, C-Salt? Or Sys-Halt? Vim is good. I like Vim. What's going on, Terrell? It's good to see you here, man. And let me zoom in on chat because I can't read some of your names. Terrally Moshe, what's going on? Oh, is it Terry Lynn Moshenko? Either way, glad to have you here. Alright, let's use the appropriate shader. We're going to add the appropriate things where they belong. Front, back. If you want to be really, like, even tested it without having to start the game up, I could even modify the shader to have current be a property. Yeah, we can have current health 01 be a property. So we can do this. If we go back here and refresh, we should see a new property pop up, and it does. Nice. And then within health bar, we can drag and drop this material on here. It may still require some kind of, I don't know, texture applied to it for it to work. I don't know. Let me test something real quick though. This is 247 by 32. 247. Is it? Yeah, 247 by 32. So 247 by 32. It might be scaled double. So you might have to multiply it by 2. And this is going to be 64. Okay, it might have to be even a little bit more than that. We're not seeing anything. I wonder if I have to actually apply the texture to it. No, that doesn't affect anything. So maybe something wrong with my logic. Also, let me make sure we apply the correct texture settings. 256. This is 247, so 256 should be fine. Cool. I'm not seeing the desired effect here, so that's no good. If I look at the material, it's a correct shader. There's a shader error in what? Smart Tiles. Oh, that's like unrelated. That's oh, that's just a file location thing. Is it? Yeah, who cares? Whatever. That's fine. That doesn't affect our shader. We just have some dependencies from another project that we're not even using, so that's not important. This one, however, is a little bit of an odd duckling. So let me test something to make sure that we're outputting something. Okay. Again, not our shader errors. Let me try one more thing. And just leave that as is. There we go. Okay, so I think we're just having... There we go. Alright guys, and look at this. You see that? Let's freaking go. That was actually quite easy. There's a little weird stuff there, but I'll deal with that later. Okay, you see how, like, even if we reduce it, it's only increasing or decreasing by entire segments? Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, there's that weird little thing that's going on down there. I don't know why that's the case. It's like 1 pixel that it's like odd. I think what I might do... It's only those. There's like something... What's going on there? Something to do with the control map. Oh, What? Why did I make these extra? Is it like this here? Oh, I guess I neglected it. That's an easy fix. I just messed up a little bit of setting this, but that's easy thing. That's an easy thing to manually correct. It's amazing how shaders simplify a lot of things. Okay, re-import, and now we don't have that issue. Nice. Now we just have a nice looking health bar that behaves the way we want it to. It's not scaled correctly though. I gotta fix that. I also want to export this mock-up again so our symbols can be in the correct place and order, but it's pretty straightforward, man. You learn this coding thing. Coding's fun, dude. So satisfying watching things like this. No clue what's going on. It's alright, man. I'm glad you dig it, though. About shaders, are they worth getting good at? Or are Unity shaders good enough? No, getting good at shaders is super useful. Like I mentioned right now, like this simplified having the health behave the way I want it to in a way that's very straightforward and also like fast computationally. Like, and other, like if I was younger, before I knew shaders, I would implement it the way I would implement it. It was having like I would have individual quads for every single one of these little ticks. And then like activate, and then like I would have both this and the background one, and we'd like deactivate it. So not only are you drawing all these individual quads, but then you're also rendering double of it, because you're rendering both. Like if it's 100% full, you're rendering both this and the back one. I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's like it's a lot more work to manage that on the CPU side of things, and like as you saw, like this is super fast and easy just to implement compared to that. Shaders are super duper useful. Okay, as for you though, I start figuring out where you belong. So positional wise, we're gonna have you be oriented around here. Also, I want your pivot to be there. Oh, one, my bad. Okay, perfect. Well, not perfect, but we're getting closer to what we want. And then, you know what? I'm gonna preserve the original resolution of this, and then we're just gonna scale it. I'd rather work in that term than have to deal with the oddities of this. And then we can scale it uniformly. That's like what, 3 times as big, roughly? Yeah, that's about it. That's about the size. And then there's of course a little bit of an offset because we're actually starting somewhere around here. And then if I go into the game view and if I slap the shader onto here, let's see how this works and looks. Any universe, start with C programming language, lots of long tutorials online that eventually make the switch to whatever you need. Yeah, look at the health, guys. Nice. Oh yeah. This is working like a health bar, man. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the pause stuff. There's something blocking the game over stuff, but perfect. Okay, let me get the rest of the UI in here. But yeah, this is actually working like a charm. So it's not exactly working like a charm though. You might notice that over here, your health decreases faster than it happens over here. I think that's due to the value range in the gradients. Maybe some floating point precision, but yeah, you might have to use a different. We have to approach the gradients a little bit different or tweak it a little bit so it appears more linear, but that's not a big deal. Yeah, you see how it's like, this is all the same damage, but it's progressing at very different rates. Either way, it still works. Let's freaking go. What's going on, John? Not much, man. Just getting some Game dev done did. Okay, I'm happy with this though. So let's actually save this because that's already, that alone is actually significant progress. Oh, you know what? Let's actually make sure I save it in the scene. I wasn't sure if I saved it. So before I do this, yep. Cool. All right, first commit of the night. Very nice. Okay, let me, before I go and do anything else, let me actually export this game UI as it is currently. That's going to be useful to have. Is that the PNG we're using? Yeah, export. Nice. Now let's see how this looks for real. Been forever. It happens, man. Sometimes YouTube recommends it, sometimes it doesn't. Besides, life gets busy sometimes, man. But I'm glad to have you here today, dude. Okay. And we get hit. Bam. 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 Okay. This is good. This is good. This is very good. So the next thing is going to be very simple and similar to this. It's going to be the break fade UI. It's literally going to be the same shader, honestly. Yeah, honestly, this health bar thing is just going to be the same exact shader, just a different material. So that's actually very useful. I might even just move the shader somewhere into my dev kit, because that's like super common. That's a super common thing to do, and it's just helpful to have it. So I think I'm just going to move it. Yeah. Let's prepare this asset first, and then we're going to go from there. It's going to be the same exact thing we just did. So yoink it, new, paste it. We're going to do some fine-tuned adjustments. Move this out of the way. Honestly, not much really has to change, if I'm going to be real with you. Only this really has to change, but yeah, like this is gonna be a fixed thing, so it doesn't really matter too much. And then we know how the back it's gonna look like. So this can be front. No, not bash. Back. Okay, and then we're gonna. Cool. We're going to be called control because you're going to do the same exact thing. We're going to select this. We're going to invert the selection. I'm sorry, what happened? Okay, cool. Select inverse. And then we can delete. What is going on here? There we go. We have this deleted, and then I can select this. I think Control-Shift-I as well. Now we're going to do the gradient thing again. Yes, we're going to use. Where are you? Yeah, here's the gradient tool. We're going to make sure this is absolute black. I didn't check for that last time, did I? That might be part of the issue. Oh well. Cool. And then we're just gonna do... I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure. Is this gonna be... No, it's contiguous, that's why. Okay, we fixed that. Now this is gonna be correct. No. You're also supposed to be 100. Why is this being weird? Like, if I get too close to the edge, it's not gonna let me... Whatever. Stop. Also, it's still being transparent. What's going on here? Wait, so this is 100 value range, but this is the 255 value range? Okay, whatever. Okay, close enough. I'm sorry, what was that? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, and then we're gonna go through and do the thing we talked about. Oh, you know what? This is dumb. Cause I should have done this in a new layer. Cause then we can do the workflow I wanted to. Okay, and then this would actually fix the issue we were having there. Okay, cool, and then we can go to control, select from a different layer, do that. I need to be consistent in terms of which part we're sampling from. So it's not drastically uneven, though it's already feeling kind of drastically uneven. Okay, cool. I may shift this down a little bit. I don't know, we'll see. Either way, this is our control. And that works well for us. Merge down. Okay. And as for here, let's get the brakes looking correct. I think the easiest bet here is to do a selection with the tolerance. That's pretty reasonably high. Cool. Then we make a brush out of it, and then I can just paint everything else. Or not. Okay, we're just gonna do a line by destination. This is all gonna be the same, it's gonna be fine. I started an idea here, didn't I? Of having the top bar be like Axe. Yeah, I started something there, but I didn't finish it actually. Okay, so let's finish that idea first. So again, we're going to select everything, Shift I to invert it, and then use a different normal, regular brush. And then this is about 3 pixels wide. So I'm going to do it here. Cool, and that should be correct. And then as for you, I think what I'm going to do is actually do this. And then revert the selection, and then we can like... Oh. I didn't, did I? Okay, it's fine. We can get it mostly there. Yeah, it's not a big deal. And we can correct for the last few parts. Cool. Okay, we're gonna save this as break bar before I forget. And then finally, this guy here. This is gonna be much more simple. We're gonna just get the dither pattern. Actually, wrong layer. Okay, cool. Cool. We're gonna make this much less tolerant. And then we should be golden. Cool. Now we have a back bar, we have our front bar, and we have the control. So we're gonna save this. And then we're gonna attach it to the game and update the UI to actually function with this. Gameplay, UI. This is what control. Is that what I'm saving here? I can't even see it. But yeah, I'm assuming it's control. Cool. Next one's gonna be the front. Cool, and then finally the back. Okay, and we're done. And next we have to go into the code and actually hook this in. And I believe we have the break fade update here, so we're just gonna go back to here, basically update this on and then we can recycle these same properties. That's like super, this works out super good for us. I'm gonna catch up in chat real quick, guys. Let me just wrap up here. Break bar material. Yeah, this is gonna be exactly the same implementation. The only thing is it's gonna be. And we just have to hook it up on the UI side. Don't need this. Yeah, we don't need any of that actually. And then we're going to be setting this to be okay, cool, break bar material. They're all set to the correct thing. Cool. Nice. And then the last thing we need to do is create the set the material instance with the variables we need. That's easy. And then control. And let's also apply the texture settings to it. Setup's cool. Thank you, Roger. He's all business tonight. He's in a flow state. Even I get your questions. Yeah, sorry guys. I'm kind of. So today's stream is that. Here's the thing. Today's stream is kind of an act of the will. And what do I mean by that? So these past 2 days, I got an idea for a new game, and I'm actually really excited by it. And I've been like, it's been stuck in my brain, and I've just have a bunch of inspiration for it. However, I have to kind of restrain myself and not do work on it because I need to finish what I started. And And it's not that I don't like this game. I like this game quite a lot. But I need to finish what we started. I need to follow through with what I said I'm going to do, just for myself. So even though today I wanted to actually do some game engine stuff to prepare for that game, I decided no. We're locking in. We're going to get things done, dude. Today's a productive day. So, sorry if I'm being very busy, very focused today. But I don't know. I just want to trail through the finish line and start working on some new stuff. And also, like, the vision for this game is starting to... It's like this game is starting to come together. So it's not only that, it's not like I don't want to work on this game. It's like I see the finish line. I see the finish line. We're almost there, dude. Okay, so we have health bar. We're going to duplicate this. This is going to be break bar. And then we're going to be using the break bar material. We're going to move you down a little bit. And then you have to have the appropriate width, which is going to be what? It's going to be 130 by 17. By 17. And then if we actually... Let's play with this a little bit. If I do the... Look at that. Does that not look sick? That is so freaking cool. This actually looks so good, dude. This looks so good. So if we go to the game and then start breaking backwards, let's see if we lose breaks. Why is our health at 0? Oh, do we not assign the material to the game view? Yeah, it's unassigned. That's the easy thing. We can fix that. Break bar. Save, because I don't trust anything. Let's go on Siamese. What's going on, Benjamin Notes? How's it going, dude? It's going good, Shadow King. We're getting there, man. Ooh, that's not good. We're like modifying the wrong... Oh. I forgot to change this one. I was so fixated on things being so similar, I forgot that there's actually some things you need to change here. Go figure. I have to actually re-import the script, don't I? Import. Yeah. Okay. I just watched the Star Wars ride from Disney video. The greatest, continuing those vibes. Oh yeah, it does have that kind of Star Wars feel. See, look, when we break, we're fading it. We're wearing out our brakes. And you can see it. And now we can't like brake. We're just like, it's like very slow deceleration. And yes, my physics teacher would get mad at the term, like, no, dealer acceleration is just opposite acceleration. You get the idea and context. So now you can't, like, your control is very, it's very, it's very squishy instead of very precise. Oh man. Oh no. Oh no. Sweet, this is working though. This is working. The game's working. It's a little clipped on the side here. That's the easy fix. I think I'll just cut it out. UI. And then, yeah, I should have just done that from the very beginning. I don't know why I didn't do that. I'm not gonna let that bother me. I'm just gonna cut it off here. I don't remember exactly where this is, but it's okay. We're gonna just... I'm sorry, is this using a brush? I'm using the line tool. Okay. Good, I think. Close this, close that. We can close that. Cancel, we're not gonna do that. Okay, re-import. Oh yeah, we should also probably do a thing where we discard pixels, don't we, on the unlit. So if there we go. Say that. Okay, and now it's not truncating that. Perfect. Cool. I like this. That works good for me. Next is the text display thing. There's a few ways to do this. I can yoink some shader code or some because basically what we're gonna do is have a tile map for all this stuff, an atlas, and we're gonna be indexing into that to draw things. I remember making a shader for this in Unity for like rendering sprites where you just give it an offset or index and it's gonna give you the sprite in the fragment shader. I don't know where that is. The alternate is to use my sprite renderer, my CC sprite renderer, and use the actual tile mode and manipulate that in the CPU side of things and then have it be done that way. I kind of just want to do the sprite shader thing. I just have to remember where this code exists. It may be on my D drive. I'm gonna have to go on a repository and pull it up, but I feel like I want to do it this way. Yeah, I think I want to do it that way. This is coming together now, so let me save what we have first before we start implementing this. Or if we want to be super avoidant of problems, we can actually implement the acceleration bar here. Yeah, we can implement this and then do that. This one's gonna be very different though, because we're not doing the I guess we could do the gradient thing here as well. It's gonna be different though, but the idea is still the same. Let's commit our progress though. Cool. So we have that in the bag as well. Let me catch up in chat real quick. Jay Burton, the man's big brain makes my brain feel like a machine with cobwebs. Thank you, man. Oh, thank you for the last part where you said, "LL, keep it up, the good work." But I feel like you can get to this kind of thing, man. I think this is much more attainable than most people realize. Like, even my words per minute are not great. But, I don't know. Thank you for the kind words, though, man. Unity re-imports all my files all the time. How do you turn that off? I don't turn it off. It re-imports all the files? That's crazy. It's one thing if it's rebuilding domain. It's a different thing if it's re-importing all the files. That's crazy, dude. It's awesome. I haven't been here for some time, so the progress stands out so much to me. Thank you, dude. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a long journey, but we're finally getting close, man. I'm seen by impressed. Thank you, Tesla. Yeah, if you figure out, if the moment you learn about shaders, you're gonna realize that the stuff I'm doing isn't actually all that crazy. But for right now, that's what I remember. Like for me, I thought people who did shader stuff was like wizards, and there's still crazy wizardry that can happen from there. But you'll be surprised how it's actually a matter of just learning a few tricks and then learning how to reapply those same tricks in different situations. Anyways, so we have two options here. I'm curious to see if in the dev kit if we have like if I left in the shader for this. Nope. Bunch of smart tile stuff. Inverse. Nope. That's not there. Camera controller. Is it in the... What about the animated material stuff? I should just move that into the core. I don't know why I haven't done that yet. I'm being dumb about this. Yeah, the shader isn't here. Okay. I'm gonna have to actually go to, I think GitHub actually, not Codeberg. I haven't pushed that repo to Codeberg yet. And actually, where do I go to my repositories? Is it this one? Is this in, is it this is a C prop. This is C sharp. Okay. Let's see what we have here. A bunch of assets. No shaders here though. Nope. Yeah, I don't think this is the correct one, so it's actually going to be... Maybe just Stream World. I know I have I know I wrote a shader for this. Okay, this is the one that has like CCDK in it. Okay, cool. The Cozy Cabin Dev Kit. Sprite sets. Okay, promising. Yeah, I remember this. Okay. It's not there though, but we're getting closer. It might be in here. Any dot shaders here? Any dot shaders? Materials. I don't see this here at all. Okay. I know I've done this. I know I've done this. These materials. Yeah, prefabs. But no shaders, man. Okay, so the CRT shader effect is there. Okay, that's cool, but that's not what we need. I should write a new CRT shader. Overlay sprite shader. That looks promising. Oh, pixel sprite diffuse. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. This is the one. I have to rewrite it, or not rewrite it, but change it to work with what we want. But yeah, this one you can provide. Yeah, you can set the frame count for them and the current index, and that's gonna set the oh, this isn't. Oh, it's an automatic thing, but I can change it to actually use index, so that should be fine actually. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna yoink this. Yeah, this is correct. I remember I was gonna have to make it work with Unity's lighting model. I'd have to actually copy the shadow stuff as well, but we're not doing that. This is an unlit shader. We can live life like this. Okay, perfect. So within here, there's gonna be a general utility that's worth having. So I'm gonna put this in the dev kit. What are we gonna call it? I'm gonna start prepending S for shaders. This is gonna be sprite sheet unlit, and like I think that's gonna be what we use. Or honestly, this is kind of backwards. Unlit sprite sheet. Cool. And then we can go here. There we go. Now we can paste the entirety of this. Cool. Yeah, sprite sheet. That's fine. That's fine. And now the only thing that we have to change, actually there's a few things we have to change, because we're not going to use a surf model. We're going to be using, this is going to be an unlit shader. So there's no concept of metallic, cutoff, glossiness, any of that stuff. Maybe I'll keep these, but that's about it. It's not going to be transparent cutout, it's just going to be opaque. Let me get rid of this. And then we're no longer doing that. Instead, we're going to be... It's right after CG program. Yeah, this is a whole thing. Because now it has to be in a pass. That's not a big deal. Did I misspell this? Okay, I'll have to fix that later. Alright, and then what else do you need? Yep, that's pretty much all we need for this. V2F struct. We don't need the Unity fog. This is some shader properties we need. material properties, we can just yoink these from over here. Not doing input, not doing this, not doing that, not doing this, not doing that. I'm gonna yoink these. I'll probably have to rename them as well to be more audiomatic, but that's fine. And then we have a revert function. Of course, it's a requirement. Gotta have those. I'm gonna have this. I'm gonna copy just the signature of it, because most of the implementation is gonna be done over here in this function. Just need to massage it to be in the format that we need from this. Okay. Current index is going to be changed. We're going to actually provide this directly. Offset. We're going to leave the math. We're going to just trust this math to be correct. And then replace this with UV. And then don't need this. Don't need any of this actually. We're just going to return color directly. Don't need this. I know we either have one too many or one too few semicolons here. I don't know where we stand on this. Undo. This is going to be 3. CD program. Okay, actually better yet, when in doubt, there we go. Just copy, just look at the bottom. Cool. Okay, I think this is good. I think this is actually everything we need. And then the last thing we need to do is going to be adding a new property. And of course, you have to specify this because Unity's actually has 2 ints. Okay, start at 0. And then it's going to be a new uniform. And then instead of doing this, that's going to be like progressively running it through. We're just going to do, I might keep this commented out because I might want to revisit this one day. Because sometimes there's some things that we don't need to have to set the index on the CPU side. We can just let it use time and then go. But we're going to use current index, and that's just going to be how things work here. And I'm going to trust the math I did on this a long time ago, and I'm going to hope it's correct. If not, we're going to have a bad night of debugging. Kieran, no, I'm not using QBrowser. I'm using, there's a plugin for Vim on your browser. Catch you later. You haven't going, Dr. Lobbin. Your keyboard table setup, like what I have here. I mean, I have a bag of nerds. I have this cool clock, this flip clock. I don't know. I have a hairbrush. When I'm stressed, I brush my hair. Whoopsie. But yeah, man, that's some ancient technology you got there. Yeah, but it's good technology. I enjoy it. Yeah, sorry if today's a bit more of a dial-in stream. I don't know, some days you just kind of get like that. I think we should be just good to go. I mean, I could do some refactors real quick. In fact, let's... Try to refactor this before I start building things that are reliant upon it. Speed does not matter anymore. That's not even a factor. I can even get rid of it entirely. Yeah, we don't need that. Of course. Fix these now because refactors don't apply to these. I don't trust the refactor tool in HLSL code though. Sometimes it refactors things that are outside of or touch other files and it's not great. Okay, I think we're good across all these metrics. Okay, so that's one half of this. Now I should theoretically be able to add a... I should be able to add... First let's create empty. Coin count. I should be able to go in here, add a raw image. And then I should be able to attach a material with this new shader. In fact, let's create that real quick. This actually needs to be like instanced. They can't share the same material. Okay, and then I can select, for example, let's see here, TY score digits, perfect. So we have this. Let me attach this new material we have here. Okay, so now we see the entire sprite sheet. Now let's actually apply the correct settings here. So it has 4. It's 4 by 3. 3. And then I can... it's not doing a thing, is it? Oh, the current frame count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 10. So I should be able to... Nice! So I can just iterate through this. Or actually not nice. It's normalized. Is it? No. Is it? It's almost working, but it's also not working. Okay, so our math is not working out great. It's working fine on one row, not on the other. This is progress, though. This is progress. 4, 8, and then plus 2, that's 10. Yeah, that is 10. Is it? Nope. This is correct. It is 4 by 3. So that is working correctly. Okay, we're almost. We're almost there. And once we get to the wraparound, it's not good. Okay, but this is fine. So my math is wrong somewhere, but we can work with that. Yeah, the cell size. We have the offset, then you have the cell cord. I kind of yoink this stuff from the engine project, but HLSL does things differently than GLSL as far as coordinates are concerned, so I don't trust that. It's gonna lead to some more debugging. Good to buy a PC in 2026 or better in 2027? I have no idea, man. Yeah, CRT is great, Mr. Twister. Can it run Fight and Flight? Oh yeah, most definitely. I think most things. A $40 phone. I bought this $40 phone intentionally for testing this game to make sure that it can work on a cheapo $40 phone. And the game works on this. So if it can work on this, it can work on most things. I mean, to be honest, the specs are kind of, I don't know. I don't get it actually. This feels way more quality for $40 than I realized. So I'm not sure what's the deal with this, but maybe just the floor of technology has increased so much in recent memory. I don't know. Let's see here though. What is the deal with this? Is this it's not normalized? Yeah, we mod it by frame count, which might be a good thing to do anyways, but so X count. So we're calculating the X and this is the Y, and things seem to be odd with the Y part. That's what I'm assuming. What do we do here? What are we doing? This makes sense. X offset is going to be current index mod cell X count. Yeah, that's how you get the X divided by the cell count, so it's normalized. Yes, that's a normalized thing. Yes. And then cell cord is going to be equal to. Do we use offset at all in the calculation of this? We don't. Okay. So sample is going to be offset plus cell cord. I think the issue is probably here, actually. I.u.x times cell.x. And then we have I1 minus, so I.uv.y, that's the current UV coordinate for y. But then we do some stuff on this. Let's just do this first and see what this produces. So that's wrong. So we're going in the different opposite direction. Okay. Cool. So now we correct for that. Now it's okay. Now it's wrong. I forgot these moon runes I did. Okay, maybe this isn't wrong. At least here it's working fine. So maybe my math was fine here. Then maybe the culprit is actually here. And I'm just so, okay. What are we doing? So let's understand. So this one we understand. So the goal is to make it normalized, right? Within, like we're finding the integer. No, we're not. So you have current index. Let's say it's like a value between 0 to like 8, where 8 is like the maximum. So X count. Let's say we have dealing with a sprite sheet that's like 8 in cells wide. So if we're on cell 0, then it's gonna be 0 mod 8, If the current index is spilling over, like let's say it's 9, let's say the animation is just ticking upwards, it's going to round over to be like 1. Okay, we understand that. So there's going to be a value between these range, and we're going to divide it here. So yeah, it's producing a normalized value range for Y progression, or X progression. Progress. Okay, and then I'm assuming we want to do the same thing here. I kind of want to just work through the math directly from scratch. So we're trying to find how much we progress on the Y side of things. Then you'd want to do how do we do this actually? Okay. We have current index. We're going to divide that by cell count, cell X count, right? That's going to find how many rows fit into the current index. So if the current index is like, let's say we're in a 4x4 sprite sheet and we're at current index 16, then that means there's 4 rows in there. Okay, that makes sense. And then we're going to divide the 4 rows by our cell size, or cell Y count. And that's going to produce the same thing here, just a Y, normalized Y progress, I'd imagine. So, well, that's not right. Okay. Clearly something's gone wrong. Is this not? If this is not it, like this might be. Oh, 1 second. Let's check something too. Let's make sure these are. We're not losing precision at some point. I wonder if that might be an issue. Nope. Still having issue. Okay. So that's not it. So is our goal not producing a normalized Y progress? Order of operations shouldn't matter here, but let's just be extra safe. Oh, we might have to correct for this. That's what this step is here. Yeah, because okay, there's a let me confirm something real quick. Return i.uv float 4. I keep forgetting this. So 0, 0 is the bottom. Okay. We're going to draw some pictures today. Is that... I can't tell if that's a straight line or if it's a diagonal. Okay, that is a straight line. I don't need to make it this big, honestly. I don't know why I did it that big. In fact, what am I doing? I could just do this. In fact, what am I doing? I can just do this. Anyways, this is for my visualization purposes. And then we look at here. Okay, this actually behaves more in line with how I'd want to assume it to behave. Okay. I think OpenGL is where I get kind of bit by this, where I have to do things a little bit differently. And the bottom right corner should be red, right? Yeah. Okay. Why are we worrying about this? Because this is going downwards, this Y normalized value. And we want this to go in the opposite direction. So this is like progressing downwards, but we want to flip this. Right? Still not going to understand. It still doesn't address, because even if that was like the issue, there's still an offset that's being applied that's weird on the Y component as well that I'm not understanding. Like if this is correct, if this is working the way if it was working the way I was thinking about it, just with the opposite direction, then we wouldn't have that. It would just be like the wrong numbers, but it wouldn't be an offset like that. Do I have to floor this? Okay, that's part of the equation. Okay. We're still getting this weird behavior though. It's working fine on the first row, but as soon as the current index wraps around, it's still like 0. And it's like modding. It's like modded. This is strange. But the rounding is fixing the offset issue. I'm afraid I'm not thinking too critically about this. Or as critically as I should be. I'm just playing around with different things now to see how the behavior changes. Yeah, and still doing the same fundamental thing. Okay. Not just YouTube. Yeah. Thank you, Terrell. Yeah, I have a Twitch, but I just don't stream on there. Every time my mouse wheel is not working, I rip my shirt off. I use this MX vertical mouse. It's pretty good. I'm so intrigued and captivated. What's the name of your game? I still need to figure that out. I'm actually bad. I was thinking about that today in the bathroom. I was like, what is this game going to be called? Can't be Fight and Flight, or maybe I should just call it Fight and Flight. Just say screw it. Everything else I could think of just feels very derivative, or not derivative. It just doesn't feel like, I don't know. It feels like it could be any game. It's not my game. Divided by the cell X count. I guess is Y count. So all this is to do is to produce a 0 to 1 value. If I'm not mistaken. Maybe I don't actually... I'm kind of curious. Maybe I don't actually need to do this part. It sounds kind of dumb. But hear me out. Okay, I'm not understanding. Oh my goodness. I've done this before too. That's the thing that's kind of driving me crazy. Is we've gone through this. I've played your games before. And again, no matter with that term or without that term, we're still getting the same behavior, which is kind of weird. Maybe floor is also just causing this to behave the way it is too. So this gets us a value where it's like almost 1, but it's also wrapping around to 9. So this is the coordinate within the cell. This is the offset to the cell. Okay, I'm understanding what this is. The goal of this is. So this is the actual coordinate within UV coordinate where cell begins, which is why this is going to be a 0 to 1 thing. And this because it's going to be increasing upwards, and I see because I want sprite sheets to progress downwards, which is why we had the inversion. I understand. Okay, this is starting to make sense again. Y count. So let me first save this term here so I can actually make more sense of this. In fact, we can even be even more descriptive so we know what we're dealing with. I think this term, honestly. Because if it's like, let's say y or current index equals 8, right? So let's imagine a grid of like 4 by 4, so you have 16 cells in total. Current index is 8, and then we do 8 divided by 4 is equal to 2. Okay? And then 2 divided by 4 is going to be 0.5, which would be the progress you kind of expect to have happen here. Okay. And these are all correct. Like the other values are all correct. And that's why flooring this is not a good move, because that's gonna just force it to be in its old. Yeah, I understand now. It's forcing it to be back to 0, honestly. So it's gonna be on the first. It's gonna be locked in the first row. Okay, so first of all, since this value is gonna be, we wanted this to progress from the top. That means we're gonna be doing y minus y progress. Because if it's like you're on the first row, let's say like 0.2, or like the first row is 0. Your progress is gonna be 0.2. You're on like index 1 or whatever. You actually want this to be not 0.2, but actually 0.8. That's what's going to be on the top row, and it's going to progress from there. Okay. But then there's some additional considerations here. Okay, this is working better. I think we need to floor not the entire thing, but one component in here. No, not floor it. This is getting closer to what we want. Now we're just dealing with the issue of the offset. Thank you, Mr. Twister Official. Can you float then floor it? No, because that's going to produce a 0 value. It's going to bring it down to... We're working within a normalized value range. So flooring it's going to bring it down to 0, and we're going to be back to everything be on the first row. Tricky, right? Tricky, right? In fact, let's illustrate what exactly is going on, because I think it would help me as well. Do I have Krita? I do have Krita. And then while we're doing that, we're gonna do Wacom. Okay, cool. So here's the problem we're dealing with. Here's the deal. This is one of those things where it's like, it takes a minute to wrap your head around it, and then you solve it, and then you're good to go. So we have a sprite sheet, right? So we have a sprite sheet. Let's say it's a 4x4 sprite sheet. So you have like, or even simpler, 3x3. So you have 3 rows, 3 columns. All right. Now, typically within shaders, you have something called a UV that's going to dictate where your image is going to be drawn, right? So for a texture, you have like a UV coordinate here of like 0 to 0, and it goes up to a value range of 1 to 1. And if you just use the UV for sampling your texture, you're going to get the entire sprite sheet. And what we're doing is going through this process of taking this UV coordinate and doing some changes to it so that instead of drawing the entire thing, we instead have, let's say, a smaller value range region, be mapped to that. So that, hey, this cell is going to be rendered, and then this cell is going to be rendered, right? Basically, it's like a function. Essentially, what we're doing is taking a UV coordinate with whatever index of the sprite sheet you want to be in. So let's say this is index 0, and then 1, 2, whatever. Given that information, we want to produce a new UV value. a new float 2 value. That's what we're trying to do. Now it could be as simple as like, you know, taking the UV coordinate and then multiplying it by like the size of like one cell relative to the entire thing, and then having an offset. That's what we're doing, right? Is like shrinking and then offsetting it. So instead of drawing, like for example the 2 here, we're actually moving it over. Let's say we want to draw the first one. We're shrinking the x coordinate of the input UV by 1/3 in this case scenario, shrinking the y by also 1/3 coincidentally. So from here, it's going to shrink it down to here. From here, it's going to shrink it down to here, to occupy a value range of like 0 to 0.33, right? And then after we do that resizing, if you want to render the next thing, you just have to apply an offset to this. So the next, you know, it would be this plus 0.33 and so on and so forth, right? The thing that's weird is that usually the way, not weird, but this is the way it is, right? When we think about UV progressions, I'm usually thinking about it in terms of we start up here and then we work our way downwards, right? So we go from this frame to this frame to this frame, and then we go down here, right? We progress in this fashion. The oddity that produces though is that we can get like the progress from like, you know, how many cells through the sprite sheet are we currently? So for example, if we're like here, let's say we're on this cell right here. Well, the progress in the x is going to be like basically 1 because we're at the last cell. So we've kind of gone through the entire x coordinate. And we're trying to find out the normalized y progress of it. Actually, this is a bad example because we're in the middle. I'm simplifying this. Let's say we're doing this cell here. So the y progress is like 1 because we're at the last x cell on the x coordinate. And the y coordinate's like 1, it'll be like, again, 0.33 or 1/3. Because we're over here, right? We haven't gone all the way to down here. We haven't gone all the way down there. But then we have to go through the step of flipping it, because if we remember, even though we're progressing down this way, the way UVs work in HLSL is actually that they work from the bottom left all the way to the upper right. So even though the x is going to be fine because x grows this way, we're going to have to flip the y. And that's not that big of a deal. We just take y progress minus 1/3. And then that accounts for it. The thing is though, there's some weird there's some more fine details that are going on here. Because like, we want to make sure this is snapped to the grid at all times. And you might be noticing that over here we're having like some offset stuff happen, where things get a little bit off track. And that's signaling to me that we have to do some rounding, but not just normal rounding to the nearest integer, but fixed rounding. Cozy, I miss you. What's going on, Midnight Venom? It's been a minute. Glad to be back. Honestly, dude, let me do something. Let me go to the engine project, because we've done this before. On Lit Sprite. Like I know there's some flipperinos that happen, but I think we did something very similar to that. Yeah, here's where we do this. Okay, with the cell chord here, I've done that before. Sample point. Yeah, we do this at cell chord plus offset. Offset's just uv.x, not uv.y. I think in OpenGL we don't have to do that. That flip thing we talked about. Huh. So here we do uv.x times cell size.x, and then uv.y times cell size.y. Would that just work? I doubt it, but at the same time, why not? Is it really that simple? One second. So in that project, I did uv.no i.uv.x times cell x count. No, cell size. Dude, how am I thinking about this? Dot x, then we do uv.y. Did I just have a simpler way of thinking about it back there? Well, that's not quite right. That's doing something completely different. That's doing something different. Yeah, it's input from there, okay. And then cell xy. Okay, we have the cell size. Do the mod value of current index. And then UVX is mod value. Okay, that's mod value divided by cell count. And then Y cell. So the size of the cell on the Y axis divided by U cell count. Brother, what did I do? What? Why does this work? Am I doing the Y cell? Let's look at let's just go step by step. Let's do a step-by-step audit of what I'm even doing here. This is so funny. I wrote this. And it's not like I worked through writing this sprite animation cell thing like 6 months ago. And I'm coming back to this again. It's like moon ruins to me. It's like, what? When did I do this? What was I thinking? And of course I didn't document it because I was like, I wrote it. Of course I'm going to know what I did here. And of course I'm lost in the sauce right now. Okay, so cell size we're doing 1 divided by cell X and cell Y. And here I'm thinking about it in terms of partitioning this 0 to 1 value range, this max value range of 1 to like the size of individual cells. Okay, that's the way I'm thinking about it. Here I'm not thinking about it that way. Oh no, I am thinking about it that way. We do that for cell size. Okay, we're on the same page here. I'm not crazy. Next is cell coordinate. How do we handle cell coordinate? Okay, I create so cell coord is actually the way I'm thinking about it. Okay, we do it the same way here. I do it the same way as me. The only difference is that in HLSL we have this offset over here because chords are different. But that's about it. Other than that, it's the same. Okay, so cell chord is the same. And next we get to calculating offset. Which I think means something complete. Okay. Y cell divided by U cell count. This is where I lose myself. Okay, no. This is actually right. This is actually the same as what we're doing here. Almost. Here we're doing the mod value divided by cell X count. That's actually what we do here already. We're just, yeah, that's exactly what we do here. Okay, so no, I'm not crazy. I'm actually thinking about it the same way I did when I implemented it the first time. So this is correct. What is happening with the Y value? What do I do with the Y value? So you have Y cell, which is equal to the floor current index. Okay, I'm just gonna follow me. So we're gonna do the X count. Okay, yeah. So okay, I'm not too far off. We floor this component. Okay. And then we divide it by use. Okay, so this is exactly what we did already, or almost the same, except we move floor to a different stage. Okay, this is actually. I'm not crazy. Okay, we've worked back to the reason behind why I did what I did. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're almost, but this is better. This is actually better. This is actually better. Okay, and I think we just have to do the we have to do the 1 minus thing. Yes! Okay, so it was, okay. See, this is why you look at your... Okay, pass me new... I think the version of this code I wrote here was a predecessor to what I wrote here. That's what happened. The original one I yoinked from my old project was actually an incorrect version of it. But then I made it actually correct in this version. And now it's come full circle and we brought that progress back to here. Okay, we're good. We're actually good. We're so good right now, actually. All right. Yeah, dude. Okay. Pass me had it going on. It took us a second, but we're there. We're there. We have like digits now. We can actually assign digits. Okay, we're good. We're so good. All right. We're so good. Okay, perfect. And then, of course, let me apply. It's like what, 256? Yeah, that's enough to do what we need to do. Perfect. Okay, now we have a display that we can move into the game. That took a little bit, guys, I'm not gonna lie, but we finally got there, man. We finally got there. What game are we making? I'll show you guys right now. There's a little thing in the middle, but just ignore it. This is the game we're working on. Let me put on the music. But yeah, it's a little game project we've been working on for like the past 29 streams. And we're going through the process of implementing UI now, so all this is functional. Or at least we're trying to make everything functional. We still have to implement this and this, and then we have to go into the garage. But yeah, man, it's coming together, little by little. Still a lot to fix, honestly, but we're getting there, man. We're getting there. I can't get over, dude. That was so gross. That dude, I'm actually so lucky that we had the Ender project to reference. I'm not sure if I would have been able to work it out. Alright, anyways though. So we have this. That's good. Now we need to do the display. We have to do the display. For the game view UI. This is going to be a much more of an odd ducky. Because we need to set a couple of different properties on this. Or maybe we don't. We only have to set one property, honestly. We have to have, like, a bunch of material instances of these. Yeah. You have to use the different instances. Unless I want to be an extra nerd and actually have this do all this logic within a shader, but I don't think I want to do it there. It's going to be so convoluted. I think we'll just have separate quads for this. Okay, so we have coin digits, and then you know what? On top of this, I think we're gonna make another. Not only are we gonna have this shader in our dev kit, I think I'm gonna make a static utility library for the properties for this sprite sheet. I think that's what we're gonna do. Sprite sheet utilities. That's a mouthful. Sprite sheet utilities. I don't know. Let's wait for this to get together, and then where's writer? I can't find my writer. There we are. Come on. Don't mess with me. I know you exist. Oh my goodness. The file browser sucks sometimes. I have to wait for Unity to recompile the whole thing. It can't detect that the file just got added. It's tearing me apart, Lisa. It's tearing me apart. Okay, here we go. CC. No. Stop. Where's the folder? Shaders. Onlit sprite sheet. Where is the C#? I made a C# file. I'm sorry, what happened here? Shaders, and then oh, I didn't touch. Whoops. Okay. Complete domain. What is some weird noises I heard. Let me yoink the I thought I heard hearing some beeps. I don't know what that was coming from. Okay. Where are we at? Here we go. I'm gonna yoink these. Yeah, we have to make utilities for all. Freaking goodness. You're being smart, and I get why you're being smart, but that's not what I want actually. See, that's not what I want. I just want you to... You're killing me. I just want to paste it like that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I'm just gonna type it, I don't care. This is not gonna be the... Oh yeah, you're not... I don't have that prepended to you. Okay. So we have these, and then finally this is frame count. Okay. Cool, we have our shader properties cached. And then I can go to game view, UI, and then we can do the whole coin count thing. We're keeping track of the values here, right? So we actually have to do, it's not just as simple as what we thought. We actually, yeah, counted collected coins. We have to actually increment this value. Yeah, get rid of this. Cool. So now we have this private value, and then we have to actually... Oh, we have to like find out in a programmatic fashion. We have to like set each number place. Is this gonna work the way I think it's gonna work? Can I just do this mod? Or, is that gonna work the way I think it's gonna work? Oh, that's over, right? I'll just call it digit. That doesn't feel like it's right. That doesn't look correct. Like, it's gonna work fine for, like, the first one. Actually, it's not gonna work right for the first one because it's gonna be 0 times 10, and then it's gonna be mod this, and it's not gonna be. Yeah, and even then, it's gonna be. So first of all, this should actually be +1, I think. We mod this. I think then we divide it by place. And maybe casting it int's not gonna be right because I actually want to do a proper math F round for this type of scenario. Is that gonna work correctly? So, like, let's say, like, you have, for example, this is the ones place. So let's say the value is just 8, right? So 8 mod, and it's gonna be 10. Cool. Divided by 8 divided by 10. That's gonna be a normalized value. That's not right. That's gonna be like 0.8. That's not right. What's going on here, man? I'm back again, Cozy. How's your night going? It's going good, Adam. We already got through some tricky stuff with the HLSL stuff, but a shader I wrote in the engine project actually came in clutch. So that's good, man. Good night. Hope to see another live tomorrow. I'll catch you, Twister. We'll see, man. That's satisfying, hard, but rewarding at the same time. That's the goal here, Dimitri. What are you using to switch between your apps? I'm using i3. i3 is Window Manager for Linux. So it lets me switch between all the programs I have in this tab faction. It's cool because I can even like have them organized like this, or you know, any number of ways. Hop, hop. It's pretty fun. I like it. I enjoy it. Writing unit tests for this function? I don't think I will. That would make sense, but this should be a simple thing. I should probably write tests for all the core stuff I'm doing, or the other math utility stuff. Let's see here, though. I need to work this out. My brain first. Collected counts. This is something I've come across this before, and I've solved it before in different ways, and yet I'm drawing a blank. This works fine for the first digit, but then, like, let's say we have I don't know, the value is 12, and, or let's make it be more specific. Let's do like 3, 2, 1, right? And we're the first iteration for Ayo, honestly, I also have to make sure I store this in a very particular way as well, where the first index actually is this, not this. You have to actually have the list be in the correct order. So let's just go through the different case scenarios. So for like the ones place, it's simple. We're just gonna do like 1 mod, and then its index is gonna be 0 plus 1 times 10. And that's not mod. Okay, I don't know my keyboard enough, I guess. It's 5. So 0 plus 1 is 1. 1 times 10 is 10. And then 1 mod by 10 is going to be 1. Fantastic. Yay! Next one is the 2's place. So the 2's place is going to be a little bit interesting. And in fact, this is not correct. We're taking the entire value as 3, 2, 1. You know what? I remember we solved this in a very simple way before. Okay. There's a mathematical way of doing this. There's also a really dumb way of just like converting this value to a string and then getting the character. And then like from the character parsing the int. So you start with the integer, convert to string, and then parse an int from the character. That's the easy cop-out way, but... And it's honestly not that's not like... This is not a big deal, right? But now there's a part of me that wants to just do it the analytical way. Oh, brother. Okay. So the 2's place, right? Starting with the same value. Mod. But now it's going to be 1 plus 1 times 10. So that's what? 1 plus 1 is 2. That's not right. We have to do exponential, not multiply. That's what I'm trying to do here. This is going to produce 20. That's not what I want. In fact, if we do exponential, it's going to be nice because then 10 to the power of 0 is going to be... Well, that's going to be 1. So we still have to do plus 1, but... So 10 to the power of this. Okay, that changes stuff. Okay. So now 10 to the power of 2, that's going to be 100. 320 mod 100. Am I even thinking about this right? Yeah, it'll produce 21. But that's not right. We want to get 2. So there's another thing we have to do beyond just the power. We have to actually divide it by 10 to the power of I in this case, or the index. In this case, it's going to be, so here it'd be 1, here it's going to be that. Okay, I think my math checks out. I think the way I'm thinking about this is correct. And then we're going to round it, of course, but... Yeah, because then 21 divided by 10 is going to be about 2.1. And then we're going to floor it, actually. It's not even going to be round. It's going to be floor. So let's start there. Okay, I think we figured out something important here. I mean, we're going to find out if this works. Maybe I should do the unit test because I don't want to have to collect 100 coins to test this out to make sure it's working correctly. We can work like we can get like a good amount, but denominator, and that's just going to be I. I don't know, man. I feel kind of confident about this math. Mod place divided by denominator, and then someone's angry here. Why are you angry? You produce what? A float. Floor to int. That's what I need. Okay, I'm just gonna assume that everything I did here was perfect and pristine and nothing wrong. So now we're just gonna do coin digits dot set. Is it an integer value? I think it's an integer value. Shader property, shader utilities. Nope. Sprite sheet utilities dot, I don't know, current index. It's gonna be equal to digit. Okay, cool. Okay. I think I am right. I don't know, we're gonna find out, man. This feels... whatever. Just send it. Just send it. Let's just see if it works. Oh wait, 1 second. Is this yeah, whatever. Let's go do this. All good. Let's go on Terrell. Too many brain cells required. I'll stick to my internet problems. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm losing brain cells out here. But I don't know. It's like puzzles. It's fun. We're gonna find out. Let's actually set the proper stuff to... whoops. Before I get too ahead of myself. Let's actually build out things correctly. Oh, you know what? We have to also... oh my goodness. If there's nothing here, if it's like 0, we have to disable this. That's easy, but we need to have access to the game object, not just the material. So maybe... just maybe... I may have to actually... change this list of materials to instead be a list of like renderers, because then we would have access to both the material, the current material, as well as the game object. So if but we have to have a way of shared materials. I think it's something like that. There's a reason you have to use shared materials. I completely forgot how that works or why that works the way it does. There's something to it. Yeah, we have to make sure we also don't... we have to account for trailing values. Okay, first of all, let's actually do this in a way that makes sense. We'll worry about the nitpicky ordering and sizing later. Let me just first get this here, and we have to iterate through, yeah, the lower place. Yeah, okay, cool. Game value. Let's start with 3. You're still looking for material, not renderer. I don't know why that's not hasn't rebuild yet. I have to force it, I guess. Re-import. What's going on here? What do you proper unit points? Like unit testing? Like unit testing, it's a nice way of validating that different components of your code base work properly in the way that
It's kind of two-pronged, right? You can use it to, like, if you're going to test-driven development way, you actually kind of use it to define what the APIs are going to kind of be, and then you have it fail those tests, and then someone has to implement and make those tests pass to match the behavior of what those components are supposed to behave like, right? But in general, and then, like, the other part is, like, you can have unit tests be like a retroactive thing. So, like, I know, like, what we used to do more frequently, but, like, whenever we have, like, a ticket or a bug come in, and we found the way to reproduce it, we just make a failing unit test for that, and then you'd have that be fixed. And that's a nice way of covering both, like, hey, we've replicated the issue that caused the bug, and now we're always testing for it on every single change that happens in our CI/CD pipeline. It's a nice way of preventing regressions as well. So that's like another approach or another utility of unit testing. Usually, though, I reserve that for things that are very hardened components that shouldn't be subject to change, but rather meant to be super reliable. Like, even like, we talk about, like, in terms of, like, big components or whatever, but it can also be just simple, like, mathematical stuff that should be just consistent the way they are. I know for the vector 3 mapping stuff, I did that, or I've done that to kind of have a sanity check for myself to make sure, hey, this is working consistently. The math is not wrong. Something else in the application's wrong. There's a lot of utility to unit tests. The only thing is that it takes time to actually write them and do them. I mean, you always have, like, you can use, like, NUnit and other testing frameworks, and these help speed things up, but time and places, man. You need this game by tonight, Roger. Oh, brother. We'll try. I'll try, man. Would I recommend those mouse and keyboard? Yeah, I 100% recommend it. All right. Game view. Did you rebuild? Yes. Now you're actually correct, and I can. Oh, are you not your raw image? Oh, okay. Again, my mistake. And there's no need to index because we're not in a collection. I'll leave you running in the background because I think what you're doing is the opposite of the veritable slop. Use your brain, down with the clankers. Yeah, let's go, Morga. Let's go. Let me see if I can pronounce your name. Morgado API. Or Morgado API. Either way, let's go. Same boat, same wavelength. Yeah. There's a joy to programming, man. I enjoy it. Let's see here. What else is there, though? So, okay, we corrected this. We corrected this. Okay. And now let's hope to rebuild. No, I have to re-import. Just make it happen. I'm sure you answered this a billion times here, but what's your keyboard mouse setup, and do you have any custom bindings you use? Nothing really custom, at least as far as the code editor is concerned. I'm just using basic Vim, like out the box stock Vim, or idea Vim. So just the default bindings for this kind of stuff. For the window management stuff, I have my own i3 config. I think I have it set up to match Vim, and I have on Codeberg. I think I put my i3 config there. So if you want, you can actually yoink it if you're using Linux and i3. Oh, StreamWorld. Oh, StreamWorld is there. Yeah, i3 and PyCom. That's where my setups are. There's definitely more to this than just that, but
You get the idea. All the foundational stuff is there. All good, bro. Autocorrect F that up. It happens. Right. I was waiting for this to recompile, and I bet it did. And nice, it did. So I can just drag and drop these suckers in here. Cool. Save. And then I guess we just run it and then see if this works. Okay. So far, no dice. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. They're sharing the same material instance. Yeah. Okay. We have to actually... Yeah, we have to address that. I don't like this, actually. If we have to have a unique instance per... If we have to make a new material per each one of these, then once we start doing, like, the... Yeah, no. You know what? No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. I refuse. I refuse to do that. That's stupid. No, we're gonna be better than this. We're gonna be better than this. We'll instantiate our own material instances for these things on runtime, and it'll be fine. So on start, actually, count digits. No, not main texture. Material. We're gonna make a new material instance based off the original. Cool. Create a new material instance of it so we can modify it without affecting everything else. Perfect. Okay. Now we're being a little bit responsible. And then they're assigned here. Perfect. There's only one single clone material assigned to it. Perfect. Okay, cool. Let's see here. Oh wait, I have to force another recompile. Because when you work on Unity on Linux, or at least on my machine, it doesn't automatically reload domain. It's more of an option. It's more of a maybe. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it do, sometimes it don't. It doesn't have to happen on my Mint laptop though. Okay, let's get some coins. Get some coins. Do you see that, guys? Do you see that? The coinage is happening. Let's freaking go. Oh my goodness. The segment displays are just working, dude. It's just working. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That is nice. Oh, we're gonna get to the triple digits in no time. Dead end. Yeah, we need to fix the culling code. That's gonna be a whole different project. That's gonna be a whole different refactor project. Oh my friggin' goodness. Okay, what is going on here? Is there like a tiny path, or is that like what is happening here? Is that an issue with the level gen, or is it an issue with the color?
That's not cool. That actually sucks. It's like I took a dead-end path without realizing it. Can I know there's a way to activate the map. The debug map. Alright, let's just see if we can get to 100 coins. Oh yeah, we need to add way more placements to this. So we're gonna easily surpass. Yeah, apparently that route was a dead end. Okay, 98, 99, 100. It's working, dude. Our display's actually working. Let's freaking go, dude. Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay, that's actually very nice. That makes me very, very happy. Very, very happy. So I'm going to save and save project. And again, we're going to add another commit. Implemented. Count displays. Makes it like RD, R2, and heck no, that's way beyond anything I can do, man. What do you think of Godot? It's a cool engine. It's just not for me, but I get why people like it. It's a cool thing. Just to get a counter working, yeah. But here's the thing, PG. Like now that we have that working, not only do we have counters, but now we can start paving the way to having an entire font. What was that? What is happening? You just saw that? Like this is some creepy pasta. What was happening there? What was that, dog? What just happened? Okay, we're just gonna ignore the little creepy pasta thing that just happened. Just gonna ignore the little creepy pasta scenario we found ourselves in there. And we're just gonna work on making this look correct. Let me charge the test phone as well. I want to test this on the cheapo phone and see how this works, how it performs. Well done, thank you. Oh, I still had some plastic in this. Didn't realize it. That feels nice. Yeah, the universe got me, man. Like it's normal, absolute code mod. I mean, the sideway mouse is great. Once you I don't know, once you start getting conscious about carpal tunnel, because I used to have really bad carpal tunnel issues, but the vertical mouse helps a bunch. I cannot work without it. I absolutely need it. And even then, I try to avoid using that in the first place. That's why you have this whole vendetta of not using the mouse. So what size did I make these digits? We have to have more too. They're width 100 by 100. What is the actual texture size? Concepts. And we have T alpha digits. That's so we're gonna make we already made a font the second to last stream. We're gonna use that at some point now that we have this sprite thing working. However, we have this alpha, this other sprite sheet. I don't know where it is, but I know we use score digits.ace. You know what? We'll just open this up because that should be in the correct size format. You are 32 by 32. Okay. So that means you're gonna be 32 by 32. In fact, let's just do this to all of them. 32 by 32. And then we have to scale them up by like 3, I believe. That's like what largely maps to the current resolution. what? That seems a little too big, honestly. Maybe it's like 2.5. That seems more correct, more accurate. You know what? They do have a 2D view for a reason, don't they? Yeah, they do. Maybe I should just use that. Okay, so it's a little small, actually. Maybe 3 was correct. I doubt their power. It's like a little too big, actually. Oh, you're tearing me apart. Come on, man. I know Unity has this component for a horizontal layout group, and I know it's cool, and it makes sense to use it, and it's super rad. I totally get it, man. But also, I kind of just don't care. 7.5. I should probably do the math and figure out what the actual scale ratio is for all this. Getting closer. Is it like a fractional, like a repeating fraction thing? Like, is it 2.6 repeating? No. Oh, this is gonna bother me. This is gonna bother me. This is very cool. Thank you, man. To chat. I wish I finished it. And here you guys go. Here's the please, I'm starving. Well, it makes you and me both. Well, you know what? You know, I do got is some nice tender steak slices. So we're gonna do one for you and one for me, guys. Here's a beef jerky for you. One for you. And then one for me. There you go, wonky weasel. I'm assuming the 2 is the S. And the keyboard works. Actually, yeah, the keyboard totally helps our carpal tunnel. Not only the keyboard, but also like I'm sorry, is everything moving? Oh, the camera's moving. I thought I was crazy for a second. I was like, why is the world moving? I thought I was a little crazy there for a second. So this is an issue of depth. Do you not have the same depth values either? Oh my goodness, were we actually... Okay, Z order rendering. I was under the assumption that when I go to 2D view, this would be orthographic. And it's not behaving orthographic. Is it? No, it is behaving orthographically. Never mind. I'm just seeing some little wobbles, but that's probably from me working at this resolution. Oh, this is so dumb. This is so dumb. It's like a little too small. And that's like a little too big.
No one's gonna care. I care though. I care. Me. I care. Okay, this is as close as we're gonna get. We're just gonna. You know what? Never mind. We're gonna do the thing. UI. Do we have the thing here? Or does I need to get like a package? I don't want to get a package. I know they have like a vertical, or maybe it's a component yet in here. Horizontal layout group. And it's gonna force things to be orderly and nice. I don't know where things went though. Oh, they're here. Cool. Yeah, this is. You know, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make this first of all be scaled uniformly. Cool. Now they're scaled properly. Now we're gonna make this be the actual. In fact, we're gonna add another thing here because we're clearly gonna need at least 4 digits, maybe 5, honestly, depending on how big of a score people get. We're gonna test it out. The size of this is gonna be. We did say it's 32, right? So it's gonna be 32 times the amount here. So essentially, it's gonna be 32 times 4. So 128. Height is gonna be 32. So now it's gonna fit perfectly. Now, this would normally be correct, except for the fact that there's a lot of dead space because that's the way this is. So really, we're gonna set the individual heights of these bad boys. Let's actually measure it directly. The actual height or width of these, if I can actually measure it, is going to be about 19. So we're going to go back to here. We're going to go to this, and we're going to do 19 times 4. Okay. So far, so good. Now these individual ones, we're going to change the width to be 19 now instead. Okay. That's not what I wanted. Can I change the size of this? That's what I need to change. It's going to deform the sprite. I want to change the rect transform without changing the sprite that's being rendered. Oh, buddy. Or I can just change the spacing and make it be like -8. That's close. 11, 12. Okay, that seems much better now. Still a little bit off. There we go. Now our vertical layout group is working correctly. And then from there, we're going to have to scale it as well, but we're going to start translating this to where it needs to be. So we're going to put it here. Nice. And then we're going to be scaling the container, so the alignment's not going to be affected. We tried 2, and then we tried 3, and all this stuff didn't quite work. But at this point, I don't care. We're gonna just do 2.5. That's like 2.7. That's like the closest. That's the closest we get where this actually makes sense. And then we're gonna adjust it. And nice. Cool. I'm gonna leave it because perfection is the enemy of done.
I need to fix the backdrop, but we can fix the backdrop. And then finally, let's update the game view so we can actually have 4 digits in there. I might even make it 5 digits, honestly, the way we're going. But we'll start here, and then we'll do some play tests and see how cracked people actually are. Cool. Okay, this works for me. I think the final, okay, we're gonna clean up the background later, but the final thing we need to do is implement the speed bar down here. We're gonna have to fix the speed bar, so that's the next thing. Let's save this though before we do anything else. Retro machines are fun. Bad boy. Crazy Dave or Crazy Dave. Yeah, Unity. Thank you, Yannick. Let's go on TST. Even had time to cook both dinner and something nice. Let's go TST. I know you're here the entire time. I'm glad you're able to get some food done, dude, and get some bite. Me being subject to this since the beginning, but being quiet because it's my podcast. I'm not sure if I'd call this a podcast. When I think of podcasts, I think of like informative, knowledgeable, or at least entertaining. When I think of me, I just think of a gremlin muttering to himself in his basement while dealing with code, while typing very vigorously. Typing so much and yet so little. Okay, this is the next thing we need to do, and I need to think about how I want to go about doing this. I think the simplest thing I'm going to do, it's going to be a shader. Surprise, surprise. It's going to be a different shader, though. It's going to be a different shader. And we're going to have to go to the layout to be opened up. Game UI concept. Yes, and we're gonna be yoinking this bar. Okay, you're killing me. You're killing me. Okay. Nope. Oh, I still had this selected. Nope. Okay. And now we're gonna select. No, that's not how we select. You and you. Copy, new, yes. Paste this there. Now this is gonna be simple because we don't have any specific graphics for these bars. It's all gonna be just pure color. So we don't technically even have to, we can technically only use one shader for this. But I don't know. I want to be a little cute, so maybe we might do something fancier. But for right now, we're just going to do this. We're going to do the gradient thing again. It's super brain dead simple what we're doing. We're not going to even do any of the cool segment stuff. It's going to be purely a fluid value all the way through. All the way through. Okay, I'm not gonna freak out for my mouse being janky. I'm not sure why. The old mouse works better than the new mouse. I'm sorry, did I modify the wrong thing? Okay, whatever. And then now we're going to do the gradient. And we want to do this from, I mean, it doesn't matter. I can modify the code to make it work however I want to. This is super, that's a trivial thing to do. Here we go. So I'm just going to start from here.
Actually, I want to go this direction. My freaking goodness, I'm gonna lose it if my mouse just even grazes the bounds. It freaks out. Okay, here we go. That looks good. Okay, save it. We're gonna go to UI. Gameplay. T. Speed bar. Okay, so we're gonna take. I'm not sure if it's even worth making copying. I think it might just be simpler just to yoink, or just make a new shader from scratch. Or no, not right from scratch, but maybe just do the boilerplate shader. I'm pretty sure I pressed shader. Okay, here we go. Unlit. I'm not crazy. You're not gonna make me think I'm crazy, Unity. I know you're trying to gaslight me, but it's not gonna happen. I know. I clicked that. There we go. Speed bar. We can use main texture, but I'm just use control. And yeah, it's called control. Yeah, I'm just making sure I'm doing things right. Let's get rid of this. We're not going to do this. Or actually, we're just going to do what I did last time, which seemed to be correct, which is v.uv. We're not doing frog transfers or none of this business. I think what we are going to do, though, is going to have a color set here. Oh, that's nice, right? It actually shows me the color we're generating here. Let's make it gray. Cool. Lightish gray. And then, so we sample the color. We're gonna do something special too, because if you might notice that it's not enough just to show like, hey, this is the part that's white, and then here's the part that's black, or the background, the gray color. We also have to have this little red indicator. I'm not sure if you see here, that little thing. And the way we're gonna do that is we're gonna do some like an offset. And check for delta and value. I don't know, like DDX, DDY things. I never learned what they do, so I'm not gonna do that. Instead, I'm gonna be doing specify some kind of like I don't know, Y range, and then some arbitrary value here. That's gonna be the width of the notch relative to like the coordinate space, UV space. And we're gonna do, nope. So it's me relative to the current UV coordinate. Yeah, we could do like 2 lerps, or we can do an if statement. It doesn't really matter. I remember having nerd gummy clusters in a detox facility surrounded by Comolet mess. I was watching TV, believe me. When you have nothing, that might as well be gold, really? Well, I won't take it for granted. I don't really take sugar like that much. Actually, no, I'm lying. But I'm not the candy guy. But I'm not sure it's the same thing. I remember having a uncle who quit drinking. He was like that was super a big thing for him. And I remember when he was during that no drinking time of his life. Yeah, he stopped drinking, but then he started like downing like either energy drinks or like super duper sweet drinks, and he'd like pump a bunch into it. It was kind of ridiculous. It wasn't like just that he started doing that. It's like he had to go like periodically, like every few hours, if not more than that. It's pretty nuts. HLSL right now. We're doing some shader stuff. Let's see here. So if these values, so we have these sampled values, we have to do a Boolean for isDiff. We have to have some kind of conditional thing too. We also have to have, where is it? Yeah, we need to have another thing here. We have to have a float value, and that's where we use it's value 01, and we're getting the color for the current. Actually, we don't have to do up and above. We just have to check it above. This may not work the way I think it's gonna work. It's less than. So there's this. And we can use that yeah, lerp. And honestly, this should actually be because we're lerping. Wait, lerp has the override for booleans, right? Also, I didn't even make a uniform for these colors too. Yeah, I messed up there, didn't I? Yeah. Okay, now we have the correct stuff there. And you know what? We have to sample it as well. Actually, no, there's no sampling. What am I talking about? So if value is less than this, yeah. So we have color. How long does it take to learn programming from square one? I'm asking for game dev stuff. I mean, you can start programming like today, dude.
There's not really a good way to answer it, man. There's no like good answer to that question. All that really matters is what you want to do and can you do it. And even then, like, you can't, there's no estimating time for that. It's just you want to do it and then you embark on that quest, and that quest is going to take whatever amount of time it's going to take. Color, okay, so we do this, and next we're going to do float 4. We're doing something jank here, but I think this is actually going to shake out. I think this is going to shake out, dude. Keyboard, it's an Ergodox. Here it is. Actually, I use 2, but I'm using mostly just this one lately. Okay. And we're going to do float 4 for red. 0, 1. And then current. Now we're going to use, if these values are different, so if top is not equal to down or bottom, we're going to make this red instead. I think this is gonna work. Okay, and then we return color. I messed up with custom CSS in Go High Level Web Builder and caught on to a few things. You kind of just recognize what I think. Yeah, you build intuition, right? Like, a lot of the biggest thing that's going to happen is that you're going to do, like, we've talked about this before, like, there's different domains of knowledge. And when I say domains, I mean, there's, like, things that you don't know. So stuff you don't even know about. And then something's going to come along and move something from the range of you don't know to you don't know to you don't know. So like maybe you read a book or someone you know is going to give you some information, and now you're going to know, okay, source control is a thing. I don't know how to use it or how it works, but I know it's a thing that exists. And if I want to, I can try learning it. And then you can eventually move to things you know. You practice on this, and eventually you start moving it more towards this domain where you have conscious knowledge of the thing you're doing. And then eventually, when you do this long enough, you get to this weird point, like you don't know, where it's like intuition, where it's like you're doing stuff and you know it's right, but you don't know how, like it's just like if you're forced to explain it, you could probably make an explanation for it, but it's something that you just intuit or you just take for granted without realizing it. You know it unconsciously. And these are not like, maybe the boundaries between this and this are more discrete, but they're kind of like a gradient that you float between. And most of your journey of this is just a matter of moving this stuff from one realm to the other. Usually, talking to people or reading books or stuff is going to bring stuff from this domain to this domain. And then from this domain to this domain is a matter of just practicing iteration, either projects and just practicing the skill. And then like if you do that long enough, not only does it go from here to here, but eventually it just kind of gets integrated to this low level. But yeah, that's how it works for me. Well, I think that's how it works in general, man. Let's go to Runtime Ranger. I don't agree with that, but I'm not going to really discuss it further. Burner phone. Alright, so we implemented the shader. I think it should work. Let's okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to create a new UI element, and it's going to be another raw image, speed bar, and we're going to get the resolution for it we have here, which is going to be 7 by 338. So let's do that. 7 by 338. And then we have to scale it additionally. I'm gonna make it uniformed. Probably like same thing, 2.75 I think is what we did last time. That seemed to work pretty well. And then we're gonna make a new material. This material is going to be speed bar. Okay, cool. These colors seem fine to me, so I'm not going to complain about it. Cool, and I'm going to apply it to this. Yeah. No, wrong thing. Texture property, main text. I don't care if it doesn't have a main property. Yeah, I don't care. Unless it's going to cause issues with rendering on other platforms, maybe, but I don't care. This is fine. And then, oh, we don't have, I didn't make it a property. That's the other thing I need to do. Okay. Hey, and look at that. You see how we have that little tick there? And now we can move it, and it's just gonna... It just works, baby. It just works. Oh, yeah. That's a speed bar. Okay. Let's move this. Nope. We're going to move this to cover the current speed bar. Maybe I just remove it entirely. I don't know. Okay, cool. So that works, and then let's actually integrate this into the application. So we have to go to... We're going to do this on update, actually. So we're going to do First, I'll get the cache and properties. Okay, and then we have to get one other instance, material instance. Okay, we're gonna go to update, and we're gonna do set float. Player.instance.speed01. Perfect. And that's just how it's gonna work. Okay, cool. I think that's everything we really need for that. So now it's just a matter of setting the instances, or the instance in editor, and I think we're good to go. Of course, we need to force recompile though. So let's do that first, and then we're gonna be good. I also really like experimenting by bringing a new perspective by being unknowing. The Caracorder. I think I've seen it. It's like that scenography kind of based thing. Thank you, Turo. You're on it with the commands, man. I appreciate it, dude. Nightbot is drunk. Oh, man. All right. Let's see. This recompiled. Now we can assign the correct thing, hopefully. Actually, wrong thing. I'm supposed to be selecting this and then dragging speed bar into there. Okay, cool. Save it. Save project. And then save scene as well. Let's run it. Nice. And now you can see how the bar goes up as we approach our maximum speed. It's such a simple thing, but it's actually really cool. Maybe I'll put it on the bottom of the screen, actually, instead of right there. I don't know, but actually I kind of like the vertical bar. I think it should move the player a little bit forward, but that's about it. Oh yeah, dude, that's super cool. It's like way more feedback about where you're, how fast you're going. Heck yeah, man. We're not at, yeah, I have to change the order of yeah, the digits placements is incorrect. We're not at 7,000, 8,000 now. I just had it backwards. That's an easy fix. Dude, this game is looking more and more polished every single day, dude. Like every single stream, it gets better and better and better, dude. I'm so happy with this. Oh man, how's the cheapo phone looking on battery? 32%. Yeah, we'll try it out soon. Maybe something interesting for you. You can mark elements not as clickable, so you don't have to click multiple times to click the element. Yeah, it's a thing in Unity. I really want to get away from hierarchies, though. Game object hierarchies. It's cool that you can mark it as not clickable, but you still have to play you still have to manually click on them. I know you can modify the root one and it'll propagate to the child objects with it, like the little not clicking symbol here. It's just I don't want to deal with it. But thank you for letting me know about that. That's it is still good to know about that. I'm telling you, we're gonna get this game done, and I'm actually just gonna I'm gonna go back to work on the engine. It's gonna be so. I'm so excited. There's a game, like like I mentioned at the top of the stream, like there's a game I really want to start working on. Like I have the idea, I think I could do it. I think this game, if I do all the assets and art and everything up front, I could probably assemble it within like 12 hours. And I was thinking about doing a stream in one day, like a marathon of just putting this entire game together. I need to get the engine to a good place first, but I think it's actually possible. For me, I shouldn't. I should just enjoy it. But I don't know. The game, I'm really excited for. But I need to finish. I need to prove that I can finish a game from A to Z first using an off-the-shelf engine, and have it be somewhat of good quality. Even if we're gonna find out if gameplay is actually fun. There's still the jury's still out on that one, but we'll do that. Looks cool. No, I don't use Evaldi. I use Firefox. I should though, dude. Progress. Yep. Each day a small drop at the end of the ocean. Yep. We're getting to an ocean, man. We're getting to an ocean little by little, man. Yeah, it's an actual CRT Wolf Town. Yeah, dude, this game is getting closer and more polished, more and more. Oh, we have to add a pause button. That's the thing I've been neglecting to do, is add a pause button here so we can actually pause it on mobile. I could pause it here, but I can't pause it on mobile, and that's kind of a problem. Let me fix the ordering of the objects though, because they're ordered incorrectly. Oh, but it's gonna end up okay, never mind. I'm just gonna reorder it in the array itself, because that's just how it's gonna fundamentally work. Excuse me. That's how the horizontal layout group thing is gonna work, no matter what. Okay, so that should correct for the incorrect digits placements. Cool. We have this working, so that's pretty rad. I think I want to have the player a little bit forward first, though. That's kind of been a little bit of an issue. I'm gonna move the camera a little bit. Where's the camera? Game board, player. And main camera. Oh, we're still in 2D mode, aren't we? Yeah, we're gonna move you a little bit to the side so the player actually feels more on screen. There's progress. Thank you, Easy Mukbang. We're getting there, man. Bit by bit, little by little. More and more progress. Getting something that feels more... Oh. Okay, that was a little weird. It's like... It's feeling more and more like a game, man. I'm really happy. I love that speed meter, dude. It's such a little thing, but it's actually... It makes me want to keep going faster and faster. I need to fix the culling issue. That's a non-negotiable. We have to do that at some point. Oh, dude, this game is coming together, man. This game's actually coming together. It's crazy. I need to add particle effects. That's a big thing I've been neglecting. And there's the issue with the those things resetting, which we'll have to get to at some point. Yeah, there's something that's blocking everything. I need to figure out what the deal with that is. I think it might be the pause menu. Does it have a container that just blocks recasts? Is that what's going on here? I don't see anything that would block raycast. You're disabled, so you shouldn't be blocking raycast. Yeah, I could look in this and see what's exactly going on with that. Because I do find it to be weird. Oh, exit and retry. Oh, I should probably clean this up more. Yeah, we should probably do that. We have game view. I'm going to add some sub UI stuff. So we can have something that's more clean and organized and actually have a proper hierarchy of what's interactable and what's not. This is going to be the HUD. The stuff that's actually visible on the UI. So that would entail like the speed bar. That would entail the coin count, the break bar, the health bar, the mock-up, which should not be, it should not be a recast target. Then there has to be the retry menu. That's another thing we need to do. Game over screen. And these guys should be at the top of it, but let me first make this be correct. Just a bunch of UI things we gotta do. No big deal, we just gotta do them. And it's gonna be on top. And then we also have the chip activator, so we have the thing for activating your ability. That's another thing we have to do some art assets for. But it's functional, it works. It's just a matter of actually making it look good. Nice, this is actually coming together quite nicely though. I'm quite pleased as punch with this. Okay, let's see if I can actually interact with the pause menu now. Okay, oh, okay. Resume, perfect. Now it's die. Okay, cool. We can interact with this. Perfect, okay, very nice. I don't know why this is glitching out. Oh, it's probably because the mouse is being dumb. Yeah, so far so good, man. So far so good. Nice. Okay, let's save this. No, what are we doing? What was that? No, we're saving. Cool, and then we're going to save project. And then we're going to commit our changes. Actually, let's see what we have. Cleaned up hierarchy and implemented speed bar. Yo, this is nice, man. This is looking good. I was hoping to get all the UI implemented today, but having the VR UI, or not VR, that's the word. Having the in-game UI implemented is a big win. The shop UI will have to come later, but that's whatever. Let me try building to my phone. Let me turn this guy on, and then we're gonna try building to it and see how the game plays there. Let me try plugging in the cable here so we can do builds. 1 second. Come on. Don't work with me, dude. You can do it. Oh my freaking goodness. USB work with me. Okay, 1 second. Let me move my mic out of the way. There we go. Okay, we're in there. Phone is on now. We do control build. I want to build. Actually, let me unplug this so we can actually plug it to the device. Okay. Refresh device. Come on. So this is the $40 phone. So if it works good here, I'm pretty sure it's going to work on most phones. Okay, nice. Patch and run. Web build to be... Yeah, the web, I have to think about that too. That shouldn't be that crazy though. I think if we did the web build, the only thing that would suck is that I can't do native burst jobs. And I think for a lot of the culling stuff, I'd want to do it as parallel jobs. So that's going to be off. That's not going to be on the table. But I mean, even then, like, this is not that that bad. It's pretty performantly organized even without native code. It'd just be nicer if I could have consistent performance across every platform. But hey, man, I think it's organized pretty dang well right now, as is. Okay, she's building, and while she does that, is there anything else I need to do? It's day 29, so the next stream's gonna be day 30. So we reached a month. We got a lot of stuff done, but it's not quite there. There's still tweaking to do with the level generation algorithm. We still have to have like the shop implemented, and we still have to have like the transition to the next levels. We need more content as well, but I'm really happy with what we have so far. Now it's just a matter of making sure the actual game matches the presentation. Because having great presentation is cool, but if the underlying game kind of sucks or isn't as baked, it's just going to kind of suck. What's going on, Dante Hype? She's building libIL2CPP. Bravo, dude. Thank you, Terrell. It's coming together, man. It's coming together. Almost. I can feel it. We're almost there. And I can start working on the next game project. I already have the name for it, too. I already have the name for it. It's going to be super simple. But it's meant to be simple because it's going to be like the game that tests my engine. I really want to figure out... I need to figure out how to build to Android, though, from it. But I'll deal with that later. That's like... I'm thinking way ahead of myself. I still have this running in the background, too, dude. Why is... Whoops. Alright, come on. Okay, here we go, guys. Moment of truth. Oh, I still have the placeholder music. Okay. Oh, the positions are off. The positions are off. Darn you, Dinkelberg. I mean, it still works pretty good though, but it's off. Okay, I need to test with this aspect ratio to make sure it actually scales properly. But hey, it's still playable. Not laggy. That's good. Oh, I didn't add the pause button, did I? The brake thing is not. Oh, it's working. Is it? It doesn't look like it's working. Alright, I have to test the UI. Super simple is a great name. No, that's not the name. It's the idea, the mechanical design of it. It's gonna be super simple. Let's see here. Am I gonna fix this now? I want to. It bothers me. I want to have a build that actually looks and showcases all the stuff correctly. Let's use yeah, you can see the offset that's happening. That's the offset we're seeing. That's no good. So we have to actually go into the HUD and fix things. Here, I think I was using absolute position, and that's a boneheaded thing to do. I'm gonna have to use what am I gonna use actually? Yeah, it's. Do you have to use left adjust? So it's like over here, like so. And then if we change resolution again, actually let's test it. Okay, that's not gonna work ever good, but okay, that's something. Scale is another factor too we have to deal with. That doesn't work here. Okay. See, and this is where UI becomes kind of a pain. Because you make it look good at one resolution, but then it's not going to always work in another resolution. See, that's the game I want to work on. I'm not going to do, it's all going to be the same resolution. It's going to be a simple 640 by 480 game. Or 800 by 600. It doesn't matter if you have a nice 16 by 9 monitor. I'm going to just have a square, a 4 by 3 square, and that's what we're going to use. Okay, it's not a square, rectangle, but you get the idea. I'm going to say no. You don't get to have all of your screen. You're going to get the screen that I give you permission to have. You can really make just make it exist first, and you can make it good later meme from your streams. And what am I like the cautionary tale where someone is just too much of a perfectionist and they get nothing done? Or is it the other? Am I the person who actually just gets it to exist first, and you see how it looks like a train wreck, but then we make it we make it better later? I think that's the train wreck. We're going through the train wreck route right now. This whole thing is stretchy. Is that the problem? Health bar. We do this. Is it scaling not consistent? Okay, let's just. Okay, where was the? There was this one where things go to crap. Okay. How do we do this? Okay, are we doing stretching or are we constant pixel size, scale with screen size? Okay. Okay. This is something. So I'm referencing 1920 by 1080 because that's where I'm testing all this stuff at. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're gravy, baby. Okay, we're back to being normal. And if I go back to here, and I change it to like this ultra landscape mode. Okay. It's terrible, but it's getting kind of less terrible. Okay. Well, the speed bar is correct. Actually, all this is correct. The thing that's out of sync here is this guy. But maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Maybe this is fine, actually. And then the scale doesn't have to be that. We can make it like 2.5. I think that works well. Okay. So far, so good. And we go back to the landscape. Hey, that doesn't look, it looks kind of terrible, but it's not absolute terrible. That's the key. It's not absolute. This is like largely where it needs to be. It's just the coins that are being problematic. Where's their pivots at? Maybe that's also part of the problem. Okay. One more crazy landscape change. Hey, it's you're being weird. You're being a little weird. Okay, these guys are rock solid though. Look at that health bar. She's in her lane. She's living her best life. The mock-up is stretching though. That might be the issue. Maybe I don't want to do it that way. Maybe I want this to actually be the way it is. And then we're just gonna make it scale. Actually, no, you're gonna be positioned at 0. Maybe that's it. Maybe. I don't know where the mock-up is. It disappeared. Oh no. Where'd you go? Okay, you're in the middle. Yeah, no. No, we're not doing that. Okay. There we go. And look at that. It looks good now. It looks acceptable. If you go back to this other landscape, it looks acceptable. Huzzah! Okay, and then this guy is very variable. Let's fix the speed bar while we're at it. You are I think you're actually fine. I just placed you. Are you fine? I don't think you are, actually. You wiggle and waggle about. You're not as tall there. Whatever. Save it. Build it. Try it again. Patch and run. Windowed mode denied. I can recall a scale to aspect region thing somewhere in Unity, but let's see you work. I mean, I'm not sure if it's miracles and rather just a man clicking on random buttons. Okay, build was fast this time. Hey, it's like almost not terrible. Actually, it's pretty good actually. Something's weird happening. Or is it? The break fade isn't working. Also, I realized I forgot the dang button. I forgot the dang old pause button. I mean, I can use this to trigger it, but like, that don't seem right. Also, the curved corner on phones just kind of suck. Like, so much of the detail is being lost to the curvature. So that's not great. I have to actually add more padding. And even the camera part cuts through the speedometer. So, yeah. Yeah, it's not happening. Alright, it's not perfect, but it's good enough, man. I'm gonna save this, because I think it's still progress. Even if it's not perfect progress, I'll take pretty good progress over perfect progress. It's gonna be moving stuff around though. That's the good part. The good part is that we're just moving stuff around. The break thing is weirding me out, I'm not gonna lie. Also, this part of this is being... Why do the pixels look... Why does everything look stupid? Everything looks stupid. Why does everything look stupid? I hate this. This is wrong. Look at this. This is not the dithered pattern. What did you do? Oh no. Why would you do this to me? You decrepit. What did you do? It's all mangled. Okay, but I'm using a bad resolution. Let's actually do this one. Never mind. I think it's fine. I'm actually being crazy. I'm being crazy. I was using a bad, really small resolution. Never mind. We're good. We're good. Whew. I mean, I'm not good. This is still being weird. I don't like that, but I will deal with that later, I guess. I was looking at the game output too. I wasn't actually zooming in. I thought it was an editor. Okay, there's a lot of jumping to conclusions I'm doing here. Not just Ubuntu. i3 is good though. I like i3. Okay, I'm gonna just save this as is, and we'll make have another date. Day 30 will be doing the rest of the UI. Oh, what? Fixed what? Resolution. UI. Resolution. Adaptation. I don't know. That's like the most descriptive thing I could say. Okay, cool. Cool. Quite a lot done, honestly. I'm very happy with this. 4 hours of work. Wow, sheesh. Time flies, man. Well, yeah, dude. That was quite the lot we got done. I keep thinking I can get so much done. It's kind of crazy. I'm starting to realize the disconnect between like what I think is totally feasible within a certain amount of time, and then how much time it actually takes to do things. It's crazy. It's like things take time. But still, even for that, even if we couldn't get the garage done, or even this fully implemented today, I think we got quite a bit implemented, which makes me very happy. Yeah, we got that one, and then this. But yeah. Well, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the time of that stream for us to say goodbye. My bad. Thank you everyone for watching. I really sincerely appreciate you guys just hanging out with me and watching this entire journey. I know we have ups and downs, but it seems like we're on a streak of going up. So as always, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching. God bless. And until next time, stay cozy. Ta-ta.